Hello everyone. Welcome back to the Endwalker stream. Oh, hang on. As you might be able to tell from my level, I went ahead and did the Reaper storyline off screen. Mostly so you guys wouldn't just have to watch me grind for hours upon hours. But yeah, I completed the Reaper storyline. I liked it quite a lot. Would definitely recommend you do that too if you want to play the game. But yeah, I suppose we shall head straight into the main story of Endwalker. God, I've been so fucking excited for this. Alice, Stola, Gratia, Estinian! He's joined us, he's finally joined us. Oh god. Oh my god. Just. Hang on, am I taller or shorter than him? I can't tell. Alright. Alpha Noah is feeling the need to take stock. Ah, good. The weapon's the only thing I wasn't able to buy with my poetics. Sai, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite bit and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden reappearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to our involvement for Dola, we may need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, with these threats close to home, while these threats are close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, it's the Telophoroi under the leadership of Fandaniel and one delightful fellow, Zenas Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has obviously seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the war succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only a prelude to an even greater catastrophe. Catastrophe? Sorry. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way to Charlian, I'm sure of it. Master Fortunold's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mrs. Kryl. She says that arrangement for your visit has been finalized. We're going to Charlian, baby! You guys head to Limsa Laminsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. No, a little ear wiggle. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. I'll accompany you to the docks. You'll need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Aw, Tataru. I find her a lot more adorable if she wasn't so fucking terrifying. She hunted down Estinian, the Azure Dragoon, and fucking... Oh, God. Anyway. Nope. Arcanist Guild. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlotte should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Oh, poor Thancred.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
Oops.
Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Excuse me.
I merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Aww. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hey, it's Hori!
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
Yeah, they haven't had a speaking role in the story ever, I think?
So we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Sorry, I got something stuck in my throat.
All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Oh, hey, Day, almost didn't see you in the chat there. I found a pretty neat site that just allows you to use that pretty easily. Just let me know and I'll send you a link to it.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey.
Oh, whoops. Fuck. I didn't mean to skip that.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Oh boy. Oh, are we getting interrupted on the way there?
Here.
day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Oh, hey, Garaha.
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Yeah, perhaps. Ah, Jesus. Maybe we shouldn't have eaten dinner right before I started streaming. I don't think I can fit more on my stomach, to be honest. Oh, shit.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
Hello, Heidelin.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
That being?
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
What a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
Hey
Good
kids.
morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Not yet, no.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Endwalker. I've been so fucking excited for this day. You would not believe how fucking sad I was when I heard that they got delayed. It was supposed to release on my it was supposed to
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Old Charlian.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
I just hope the twins' father doesn't hear about this.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
That's true.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Wait, what do you mean they'll know who we are?
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Oh boy.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that,
Here it comes.
the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
I swear, when I get my hands on that
I
guy.
shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Sisolness, adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
What was that?
you'll allow me.
Kryl!
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Ah, well,
Kyle, it is good to see you.
that went a lot smoother than I expected, to be quite honest.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
God, Estinian and I look so fucking out of place.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh boy. Oh god, there's so many people here. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Ooh, fancy. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Sai and Asinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? Just a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I'm equally untethered, as it were. There are no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up an opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour around our old haunts might yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there and on. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss to not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours, what are they asking? That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, Ra, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this might be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Sai. Charlian awaits. Huh. Ooh, I am not looking forward to going there. After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Oh shit, they're actually following us now, huh? Cool. That's new. All set? Then let's be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Oh shit! There's small talk now? Okay. I'm kind of feeling that. Ah, I see a couple of them already. Now that's a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more than a matter of pragmatism than belief, enlightenment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him in a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restricted as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship divinities of their choosing. Huh. And here we are, the Last Stand. I may have mentioned this before, although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lesson and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the Last Stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts is in an isle otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. There's burgers? In my Actually, we have cars and shit, so I probably shouldn't be surprised. Not even I had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were typical Charlie when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But truly Tatar, who has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when the time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs at the side of the cafe will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. I probably shouldn't go too far ahead of him. Whoa. Probably should attune to it first. What is that? Ooh, I want that scythe. That looks cool. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should have make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much valued discoveries are the reason Charlene stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads us northeast to the Agora, Charlene's largest marketplace. Speaking of marketplace, holy shit! I think that's like the closest a market board has like ever been to a fucking aetherite. Holy shit! Do you mind if we browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Ah, perhaps I'll return here later then. Aw, poor Raha. Huh. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charleon, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that place has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up on your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, on the next stop on our tour is one which has a particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza. Follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to the imposing building at the very top. Okay, they are following. These little decorative features are typical of Charlene architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters in the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is a Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charleans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Dalek's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a prosperity of utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Huh, interesting. Oh god, there's this phasing through the fucking... Oh boy, I get the feeling there's going to be a cutscene here. This grand structure before you is the Rostral. Rostral? Whatever. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The visit put me in mind of my first arrival in the First. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charleon. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Well, feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the council would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. But first, Aetheryte. Oh, that is a nice view though, holy shit. We arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Njunkremf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and follow the path down below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct! After you, Sai. I'll just go ahead and say it. I really hope that we get to like Charlene real estate in this game because this place is fucking beautiful. Oh, excuse me. Right. We cross this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path, and be careful not to end up back at the Aetheryte Plaza. Charlene is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Perhaps. I would assume this way. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I brought Sai and Raha with me. Ah, you're right about the ship then. Hello, Garaha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Sai. I've heard many tales of your exploits. Ajika? Ajika's Sunjika? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Achika Sunjika, Administration Officer of the Students of Baldessian. Fuck, I'm stuttering so much today. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Echika. Oh yes, Eureka. I read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had the occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, or attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodging for our members while we engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, you must ensure that the Lafaroy fall. Through that door on the left, there's the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Excuse me. Once everyone arrives, that is, you'll probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please, feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon dose. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with our research or exhausted from journeys abroad, they would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I shall be happy to show you your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for all of you in the main hall. Thank you, Cryer. Oh god, there's people in here as well. Which Aetheroids haven't I gone to? Ah, the one in the Studium. Oh, fuck. Oh, good lord, there's even more people here. Nice, that was the last one. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. By the way, I should probably ask, is everything okay audio-wise? Am I too loud? Is the game too quiet?
I was delayed.
Just let me know if I need to adjust it a little bit.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
To defeat the Huns.
prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Oh, we're getting a split path again?
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision.
Of course.
Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help. if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner.
So that would be Thancred, Estinian, and Urianger?
Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Stretch. Okay. Charlene, Thavner. The twins, Thancred. Garaha, Estinian. An unsettling change has come over Charlene, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring the Charlene archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been rather slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the research should proceed all the swifter. Let's convene outside the Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex on the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. That's a lot of people in that one fucking, what's it fucking called? I forgot the name of the damn thing. It's part of a fucking meme as well. God damn it. Whatever. My directions were quite easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you now stand before the doors of the Numenon. Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, but the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Goopal Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem, As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlotte history or the foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it then, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found enough promising tomes. Happy reading! Ah, great. Holy shit, that goes far. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrow at least a few promising volumes. Alpino and Kryles will be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks were mentioned, mention the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they're even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of you have comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we've managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that if Alphino and I were to return to Charlene, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Geraha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, a coastal region opposite the island of Daphne. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote as to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbra Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Alcan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule now? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces. But Garlemald renamed the region Locus Emot. Oh shit, that's the same place that you mentioned in the Reaper storyline. Oh, okay. Interesting. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in elegant civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the elegant eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alag. As the last child born with the Alag eye, I was given over to the custody of the friends of the students of Baldessian, who had been registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origin, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation in which its citizens can be proud. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Si. More company should be arriving in any moment now. We return without elections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mrs. Cryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few of which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, I might ask you a few questions related. Might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarod firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the art of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Stoll surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, it was more of a gradual spread. The Amorites spoke of a keening sound that rose in the land itself just before a region was visited by a catastrophe. We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. Ah, that's right. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with the Numenon's mammoths, and ask if there are any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They knocked Alamut out from the sky. Surely you can't be serious. That was a seventh Umbral calamity, hardly an event of distant past. And even if the element existed at the time, bringing down a moon of any kind would surely make things even worse. The ancients summoned Zodiac in response to the final days. Many sacrifices themselves to bring him into being, with Elizabeth serving as his heart. We don't know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once a balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives spread anew, and it was these fletching souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would allow them to resurrect the shades of the loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venet and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what does the Lavaroy truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return to our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Stola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Ugh, fuck. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended research of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urian J learned of the source of reflection from the Garen oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tomb was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunal with the knowledge of the Tlaffaroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Okay. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What of your studies? Were you able to find any books of the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, the mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break, Si? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down at the harbor, don't you? Come meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Bunny boy. Bunny boy. I would be Bunny boy right now if my warrior light didn't have a personal stake in all this. Namely, Xenos. As busy as ever, I see. How very surely that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm quite interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Tlaffaroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Oh dear. What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I'd respectfully request that you would look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew of the Tlaferoi, these enemies of peace that promise an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this woman is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge in their barbaric whims. And here you are giving the truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I have not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. What a way to expect an answer civility from one so enlightened. Come, Sai. What a bitch. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. For excusing the interruption, but we were hoping you might share our thoughts on Talaferoy and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't young Miss Levier! My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fort to know that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Well, shit. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Zealous I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing you and Maz Alphino had set sail to Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunold may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse known as the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. Was it, and that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there were more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're visitor, Charlene, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a sir with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea? I hate to ask, but what do you think? I knew I should have bought the maid outfit. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. Tea set for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelets is one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla, sitting on the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you'll see Makota Candleman. He ordered an oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, I'll just go ahead and just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafa who? Sorry, I never heard of them or their final days. My friend and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. No thanks, I'm good. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Time to dig in, no time to waste. What? That's a Lafaroy? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. All these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best stay out of it, I say. The forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Oh, this guy was actually dressed for the part. Nice. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend's been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the field, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Lafroy make good of their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing in about such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. I've never seen this hectic before, not like this. Fuck. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. I seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the Gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job ensuring no one whispers it into the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, take off for coffee, I promised. But let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from gossips and the wagging tongues. Oh, there's a blue quest here. Oh, this is the hunt thing. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
What's that?
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
Oh.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Sorry, I just had to check Discord for a second. We tell the others what we learn about the Gleaners. Go ahead to Numenon. I'll join you in a moment. Master Deacon will want his cups back. Up. There's another blue quest. Ah, she's a sightseeing log, okay. Welcome back, Si. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information about on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and cargo. It certainly gives the impression that of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As you all observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Si and Alizé learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlotans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Zlothroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorze's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, the next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Anything better than burying the head on the dusty book? I understand not everyone is a studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace, then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each one is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there. I'll show you where the entrance is. Man, fuck your stairs. Ready? Labyrinthos is not far from here, but you may find a path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Oh god, escort missions, are you serious? Here we are. Through the store and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Why is it Chocobo keep all the way over here? They look ridiculous. Hello, Kryle. We're all here now, yes? I take the liberty of securing permissions for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh.
Kryle? Are you okay?
Did you call to me just now?
No?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Was that Heidelin, or what happened there? You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock on in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up in the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mask gets dropped in our laps. Words from on high. Damned if I know within the reason. Could be they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. I see. Thank you. Now I must be off. Is that a guy or a girl? I can't tell. I think it's a guy. You're here to help or give more headaches, because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted that he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have Now I have a pack of mamas running loose. Let me think. The rare seed will be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snurple seeds 1060. Or were they 61? Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out and carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthian carrots for the Kiribatian carrots? What then? Lame upper management, I suppose. Any luck, Si? Any tales? What tales do the Gleamers have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Zai, I have an idea. No, I like the fact we're kneeling down to her level. That's adorable. Didn't one of the Gleamers you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation? In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! You know I can hear you, right, ma'am? You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering for the goodness of your heart, I'd be welcome the assistance. The name is Aaronmill. Aaronmill, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, to capture these Naxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. Also the trees to the west. These part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Yeah, this area is big. It has 3 aetherites. Ah, up there. that was overkill. Or not. Come here! Hey, get back here! Oh shit. Wait a minute. Fuck! I forgot that's a thing. Okay, well, there's one directed to the east. I might as well go get it. How many are there, actually? Not as... That can't be right. Did they lower the amount? Whatever. Oh, how the fuck do I get up there? Come on. Hey! Fuck off. Nowhere to run now, you little shit. God, I'm so tired. How did you fare? I tracked down three of the pack, with at least one unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmot seemed unharmed. They hold up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them out into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? By the authority in charge of the Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night late, the affordable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner any today or tomorrow. Okay. Hear me out, hear me out. I think that the Forum here in Charlian, they know that the final days are coming, but because they follow the teachings where they're not supposed to get involved in the art of war, they decided that they basically just want to hunker down and basically just make Charlian a bomb shelter, or they have a bomb shelter in Charlian, and just survive the fallout in quite literally a Fallout style. There you are. I don't know. That's just my theory. There you are, Sai. Is this the cleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl of the Students of Baldessian. These are the others of my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decision of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosure to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more free services. Did you learn anything new from your friend here? So he confirmed that the order of this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered that when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Lotharoid made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I'm inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives us a distinct impression that this undertaking was sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in such a brief window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting for the right time to put it into effect. And until Lotharoid's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Kryl? Kryl, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, there's a troll you need to watch out for. Someone's already getting their gatherers and crouches leveled up. I keep forgetting to turn that on. God damn it. Jesus. Behold the Archaeon. As the Numenon serves as Charlotte's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains the physical history of Charlane's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Alright, who the hell would put a fucking aetheryte in a fucking pond? People can get their shoes wet when they come here. What the hell? Using the same crystals as the ones in Shadowringers, at least. Interesting choice. Thank you. Fuck. Greetings, we're here to peruse the Archaeon's vaults. Peruse? You're cleaning like gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baltesian, but is that relevant? I was going to believe the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, the access is restricted. Only persons directly involved with the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over the conveyance of inventory. What, is this as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operations concluded. By that time, it'll be too late. We were so close to getting our answers. We'll need to think our approach. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? Again, miss, I can hear you. Students of Valdesian. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by a heartfelt pleas. We will seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the reconstructing of in one way or another. If we were to integrate ourselves, they might allow for us to accompany them on a lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Am I taking a lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaeon. Even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaeon is open again. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but no chance. I have been up and down all day, and only now finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, and getting some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Shortcut? Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes! I'm the best. Okay, I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Fuck. Oh, jeez, I can feel that in my lungs. Jesus Christ, that was a big one. Ah, jeez. Oh, he was down here. Quiet. You'll frighten it away. Oh, is that Vera again? Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The clock I need to capture is very close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 200 is generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry is a distinctive caw. Single it out and chew with his sleeping dart. Oh boy. Here I go sniping again. The effect is short-lived, so I'll lie and wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one.
Nicely done! Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Not quite the way I was expecting.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be...
Oh, whoops.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance.
Ah, see? That further drives into my theory that they're just trying to hunker down.
They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
I think I'm onto something.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
It's quite alright.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
Really now?
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Okay. I'm not sure how west I can really go here. Damn it. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Clears home there by the researcher, do you think? Well, slaving piece aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, I say we should head in. Given there's a rain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet again, up again at the other end of the tunnel. This is a big fucking cave, holy shit. Yep. Ah, damn, it's on the other side. Actually, yeah. There it is. they in a group? Yeah, looks like it. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Enrol's assumption holds true, what specimens are being collected in preparation? The specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration. I mean, we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let us follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Aha! I know where we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. Labyrinthos is a host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. This is the facility that which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of the research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might take it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard pressed to guess the origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, Mr. Vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits is scribbled on a card. Since no gleamers hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the Forum's plans, and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers, and the rest of us will do the same, or cast about for the useful clues. I wonder when Elfino's actually going to swap to the Sage job, because I know he does this in the trailers. There you go, doesn't work. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with the use of the lifts being restricted. How did you manage to get down here anyway? Don't worry about it. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're much hardier than I sold an eye. Under normal circumstances, I reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. I managed to do that the other way around. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. It only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos is modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chill peaks in the north give way to a swath of temperate plains, which in turn transitioned into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect, used to be called Corvos, before the Imperials renamed it to Locus Ammonius. The Forum saw it not as a surprise, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation of countless experiments in cultivation. Good to know. Do I have aught to be taken down below? Well, I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence a sack of crates atop that hill over there. God, hauling up a lot of slope was a job and a half. A slope, you say? Getting close to an ether thingies. Wait, what is that? Stray onion? Okay. Should be around here somewhere. Further east? Ah. Oh god, I gotta sneeze again. Ah, Jesus. It was a faker. Because of course it is. Ow. Bitch. Oh boy. What's with these flowers?
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Hmm?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Hey guys.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Well, there's these flowers that change color depending on emotions.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaea?
Is that Erenville?
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Krile?
Krile?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him. Almost. I can almost reach you.
What was that? Something's up with Krile, and I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Nope. Is Krile still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Everyone's headed westward, along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still reach him. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in a company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Garaha and his vanish spell were here. But there are other ways of turning invisible. Hibbity hop, my little toads! What? Goodness! What the fuck? Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I shall refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'll likely leap into the jaws of a predator if you would learn of anything of note. Aww. Which reminds me, where are the creature's whereabouts? In that form, you're essentially defenseless. Well, that's certainly one way to do it. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alpha Toad accompany you. Oh, that's too good. That's way too good. Whip, whip, whip. Oh, I can't use that right now. God, that's so fucking stupid. Oh, damn, 2 people with that fucking extreme mount. Cool. That's the thing I gotta kill. I need to kill it. Hello. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but he nevertheless understands he's telling you that this is the wrong way. Oh. Oh no! Leave me alone, we're just a bunch of frogs! Oh, really? Why is there one right there? There's another right there! I did not see that! Oh, thank God.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Oh, he's perceptive.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
But
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
what? Does she still not know what a toad is? Or is it like a special breed? I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specialized in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, though, perhaps, we've recovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Surely has been a call to action, and Telafaroy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorza's request for aid. Oh, that looks important. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ishtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. But first, there's an Aether Current. Right there. What mount is that? Huh. God, that looks so fucking sick. It's like an animation when it goes out. Aw. What the? Oh no. Welcome back. I trust you found Erinville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl and discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assume we can find her back assume we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey more of the distant areas in case she decided to wander. Ugh. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong way. Oh. The heck happened to the music there? Was that just my end, or... whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna be skipping the blue quests because I just don't find them particularly interesting. I'm literally just doing them for the ether current unlocks. Uh-oh. Well, I'm guessing the lack of music is attributed to the fact that the bird took a while to load there. I'm guessing the servers are getting strained.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Who? Heidelin.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh shit.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
What do you mean?
Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy, surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. Oh, you!
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. and we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha?
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Please give me the option to punch him in the face. Please, I would have killed that bastard so much.
This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
I can't believe we're going along with this shit. Just fucking punch him already. Just beat the answers out of him. Ah, dear.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Nice.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Really?
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What?
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
If we truly are some...
Master Fortuno.
If we truly are so misguided, then why won't you fucking tell us what's going on?
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right. as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
I'm liking this guy. He's actually fucking listening to us for once. Ooh. The assembly did not like that.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
Typical.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn more of substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work is so vital it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino? Alice? It is you! Who is that? When I heard you'd been tracked before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Oh shit! It's her mom! Amelia and Levier, at your servants. And you fine people must be the science of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things more difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Fortunald are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have guests waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Sai, what do you think? Sai? The Sai Solness? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay, sure. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Sai, if you would be so kind to escort my children to the estate? Well, good to see we actually have fans here in Charlian. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, this matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Well, I guess this works out, because now I get to actually talk with her involving the adoption papers I have signed for Alphino and Alexei. I'm taking them in as my own children, because Fortunal is a son of a bitch. I'm more than willing to marry their mom to make sure they still have one of their biological parents, but fuck Fortunal! Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I apologize. My mother's not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Sai? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, let's get this over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why have I not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you can bring yourself to throw away, childhood's toys. Never mind. Live your estate is that way, straight down those stairs. Come on! When Alexei and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alpha and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long. Because I remember growing restless, leaning over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Oh. So he does actually care a little bit. At least he used to. Still, I don't buy it. Something's up. And here you are at last. Please do come in. fancy place. Oh shit, they actually have females in the butler attire. That used to be gender locked to males only.
What?
Cool.
What are you gawping at?
The Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed compared to this.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Take care, you two.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Really?
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Sure. I'd be happy to.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother!
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alpha.
Oh, she looks so good!
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Oh, my boy! Oh, he looks amazing!
Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Oh? Is it sage time?
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
It's sage time!
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
I like her. Oh, she got a job crystal too!
These devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance.
Being?
Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was also brief. For now, however, you'll have to suffice. As for these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts will help us remember who we are and whence we came. But not sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Oh, this counts as the in-room. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Ooh. Okay. What time is it actually? 10 p.m.? I can go for a little bit longer. Actually, wait, I heard that they actually added more hairstyles to Vieira. Let me see. There it is! That's the 2B hairstyle, isn't it? Yeah. Ooh, that looks... Oh, that looks really nice. I don't think this one was there. Ah, but that clipping, that's gonna bother the crap out of me, so no thank you. Oh, that's not much better either. Nah. I'm good with what I got right now. Oh. Was he actually phasing through the wall there? The door? Oh, crap. You know, I basically went over to the general text chat, and I was worried it was going to show me spoilers for a second. Well, anyway. Okay. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but the new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelman is sure to guide us through going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted the situation in Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. I have cross instructions at hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. I've been to Thavnair before. I can travel by Aether, right? But what of the rest of you? You know, the sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Cross was the same mind, has already secured the aid of good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Huh? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered the owning to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreda. Oh, his late wife. Moonbreda was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own rights, and both are researchers in the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. It hath been, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let's be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Or Kite. Also, I just realized I forgot to do this quest here. Hang on. I'm guessing we'll have access to the other areas down below at later levels or something like that. Nope. Come on. Come on. Get it. There we go. Oh, hey, the new striking damage are here. Cool. Yeah, we're definitely coming back here later. Bro, do you mind? Fuck's sake. Come on. There we go. I knew it could make that. God, those things are fucking massive. Don't worry, I'm here to help. He's gonna stay like that in the cutscene? Aww. Okay. Well, now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to all honest, we're associated with Kryl of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an Aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek you out while you're a mess of ether hurtling through the lifestream. Inconvenient, but incontrovertible limitation of the Aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been? For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that the people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it! We've created a new kind of Aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly? But that changes everything! Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must be pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between 2 points. But it just so happens that our first pair of test Aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other in Yedlimat, a port town at Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained a strong tie with Rastahan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contribution of their alchemists. Oh, her earrings, a little Aetherite! That's so cool! So to sum it up, we're here to test these Aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say that these Aetherites were made for people like you, your good self. The magic imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. Far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the lifestream. It is a statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you are to most people. Mr. Kryl truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilfson and Mistress Bolwida not present today? Oh, didn't you hear? They recently resigned from their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale operation helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations. Head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be there along shortly. Well, this can't go wrong. Oh god, this place is so fucking pretty. Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna make this my home point now. Travel to instance area. What? Oh right, the city-states are like an instance to combat the congestion. Oh, hang on. There we go.
Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Oh god! Thagrid's face! Oh, that is great. That is fantastic. Oh shit, we're going. Yeah, we're basically all the way across the entire globe. Jesus.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time.
Huh. I'm fine.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you
Oh dear. Oh.
What chance?
Oh. Oh no! Heal her down!
Against such an insidious foe.
Oh no. Oh god.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Oh god. I feel so bad for Thancred and Ariante.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Yeah.
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh, no. Alright, I'll go get him. Okay. Well, I appear to be fine. What the fuck? Oh, it's an elephant! Oh, that's cool. Oh no! Oh, god damn it. Estinian! Oh no. You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. By the... Manusha, a traveler! I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Ambra Lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Tavern Air, I'm pleased to offer to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Not for 1, not for 2, but 3 bottles! A bargain amongst bargains. The price is highway robbery, and you want to save this function. Oh no. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so unurgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me. Serious apologies, but I appear to have my price confused. It's actually 1,899 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion could have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. Thank you. I'll be back after I explore the town. Oh god. Am I glad I didn't do this first. Alright. You okay, Ori? Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Endwalker, and to the fine fruits of this land. You are in time. Excellent. You've spared us to Taro's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That I see turned out to truly work wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair! Aye, I bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil, a steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. Oh my god, Stinian. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. The sass! I expected the usurper Dragoon to put up more of a fight, to be honest. On that subject, I shall refrain from making a comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnair as its dominion, the nation of Rastad hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasadara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of the Hanish culture has come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All this hath combined to make a trading power at Ras Adhan, yet such status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that the merchants had a gateway town afraid to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation for the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant. Doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kral's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here at Yedlimad? Simply cannot with some of these fucking names. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. I fucking hate how this particular top looks different for each race. I wanted like this particular model for the Vieira, but they have like a much shorter one that like gets cut off right above the navel. I don't like it. Where's the one I have? Right, let's split up and make a Queesian town. Sai, the beer is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we regroup as the Aetherite. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Huh. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose could be even worse. I could have some consortium to keep afloat, like Casli. Cas... Cals... Calsal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Caslal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at Saltwind Sails, the Harbour Guild building across the water from here. Duly noted. Well now, if it is a traveler, you're our sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naranair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion. But no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us? Only the gods know. The Damascens aren't coming! But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire's at war with itself and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's a tower sitting on a doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has been defenseless, but we've afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Gah, but will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Damascens. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium worked closely with the merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know these things, Kalsal. I do. Which I regret to say that I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled for or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, aren't you? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. No, I'm an adventurer. I see. That is a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Ah, got my neck. My name is Matsuya. I'm here to see Kasal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Excuse me. Yes? Can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalsal too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of the Akiali, a nearby village. I assume I catch the Kalsal was offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium has been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. What time is it? Alright, you know what? I think that is about as good a time to end it as any, so... thank you guys for coming. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll probably continue tomorrow in either in the afternoon here in Denmark at least, or maybe after that, depends on when I can get past the queues. But again, thank you for coming and take care.